Today we're doing something different. We're playing the crypto series of poker, and we're gonna play a few other tournaments as well. So we're starting with this one, and then in 5 minutes I'll have a satellite for the Coin Masters, and then I'll also play another deep stack tournament, and then later we'll play the Coin Masters in about an hour, and in about 2 hours we're going to play another CSOP event. So we have just started a tournament, not late registering, so we're starting from the very beginning. 200 big blind stacks is what we have. And yeah, let's play some poker, let's have some fun. I hope you're enjoying this. And yeah, come and join me. So, King 6 of spades in early position. We are going to fold this one. Jack 3 suited in the big blind. That's hopefully an interesting one. There is a min raise on the button, and let's just call this one. That's a decent flop, middle pair, and we have a backdoor flush draw. When he checks there, so normally I build this around a big bet strategy, but I think with this particular hand I'm okay to just go small and maybe get called by an ace high. But he folds, and that is absolutely okay. No harm done. So we have queen jack off in the small blind. Not normally a hand that I would love playing, but it is a tournament and we are very deep. I'm okay to play it, although you have to know what you're doing because it's not super profitable to call against an early position raise. And already now with the 3-bet, I will fold. Would have had the second nut flush draw. Well, that hand didn't go very far. So what's this tournament? This will be the satellite that we're playing on the bottom. So this in the satellite we're only starting with 50 big blinds, and we have 20 seats guaranteed. So that will be important later on. Okay, queen 8 off, I'm going to fold this hand. In the cutoff, especially in a satellite, our main job is to preserve our stack, not to necessarily gain small edges in a satellite. But ace queen off is a nice one. I'm gonna raise this one to 3 big blinds. But everyone folds. Okay. So I'm sorry if I'm a bit quiet. I'm just posting something on X just to get people aware that I'm playing on YouTube. Ace king in the satellite. I'm gonna raise this to 2.5x. Getting called. That is not great by this player right behind us, and this is a board that hits his range, but he checks, so I will just check once again, expecting him to bet. And do we want to turn this into a bluff now? Do we want to call? Do we want to fold? I'm just gonna call this one, play it passively, and now we'd have some showdown value, and we win. That was a nice start. Okay, I would have wanted to call with my pocket fours when under the gun raises, but then under the gun +1 made it more expensive to play. E3 bet. So, and then there is a 4 bet as well. Okay, I think now we're definitely getting away from this one. Okay, blinds have already gone up. And against the min raise on the button, we will fold 6-3 off. So let me just check how many players there are in the satellite for now. So there are around 100, which means that there will, at the moment we're still in the guarantee. Right here we will just check against this limper. I'm gonna start with a little bet with my top pair. Ace queen, I think we can go either way. I'm gonna 3-bet ace queen on the button. Now, going to check my queen. Probably going to check call once. Definitely going to check call this one. And on the river, just gonna check again. Here we facing a half pot donk. Okay, so we're just going to call this one for now. Right, and here he bets quite big. Here he continues with his half pot, so just calling once again. And here I am just gonna call this because I still think there can be a lot of stuff there. And yeah, he did have a queen. Right, and now this guy we are going to go 40 into 65. We're getting check jammed. So I bet for value he check jammed there. I mean, what did he donk with? What did he donk with to then check the river, but then check jam quite quickly? Here, I'm just gonna fold my ace high. That is a tough spot, but I don't really see. I mean, would that ever be a bluff? I just don't think it would be. So I am going to fold this one, preserve my stack. It's a bit annoying, but it was a 3-bet pot, so he can have aces, he can have kings, queens. Then pre-flop, I mean, then on the after that he shouldn't have kings and queens, but he might still have ace king or aces. But yeah, that was a very tricky spot there. Right, we can now go for a raise with ace-4 suited in the big blind against a small blind limp. And button raises. Right, so this one on the right is a deep stack tournament for $10. And on the left, top left, we have the $25 Sunday warm-up. That's a PKO. So, progressive knockout. And bottom left, we have the satellite to the Coin Masters. Raising Jack 5 suited on the button. This is one that I will bet close to range, but we don't even have a backdoor flush draw going, so I just go with a check. And he bets quite big, and I can't do much. If he hadn't bet, or if he had bet small, I would have tried to maneuver a bit, but now I will just give up, and I think that is okay. Right, we have a pretty big raise in the satellite, but with King Jack suited, we're still going to call. And we flop a gut shot with 2 overs. He bets half pot, and I am going to raise this one. He called quite quickly, so now we got there. Going to bet fairly small, and now when the ace hits, definitely going to go all in. And we get snapped off by ace 5, so that's pretty good. Doubling up in the satellite. That's how we want it to go. King 9 off. Now we can just fold. So now that we've doubled up, we can play fairly tight in a satellite. And here, unfortunately, we raised, but we got called in 2 spots and we whiffed the flop. If no one has an ace, we could have tried to take this one down, but especially because we have an in-position player, I prefer to check. And now, as he bets and he calls, this is an easy one for me to get away. Okay, so we can't see what they had. So we have 7-6 off in the big blind. I mean, I only have to call one big blind, and because there is no rake and we're very deep, I can call this one. That's okay. Don't think it's super profitable to call, but I think it's fine. Now the problem is that there was a bet and a call, and we have bottom pair, so now I think it's time to get out. Ace 5 suited and the satellite. Definitely going to raise this one. And the blinds are going up in the Sunday warm-up PKO. Okay, that's a pretty good flop for us, I would say. And we're quite deep against this player, so I will start with a check, because if he does have a better ace, then obviously he will still call. And so I have so much equity that I can definitely continue no matter what he does. So we just call, and now we have the nuts. So that's an easy one. He goes for a bit over half pot. We're definitely going to raise. The question is just to how much. At least something like 29. Don't expect him to call much, but there is a chance if he has 2 pair that he won't fold. But unfortunately he folded. Well, it's still pretty good. We are very good shape. And now King Queen off, you see this guy's got 26 big blinds. I don't need to raise this one or even call. It's a satellite. We don't need to make more chips. That's that now. Well, we're in third position here out of 112 left. 131 have registered. Late registration is only on for another 24 minutes, and we have pocket kings in this tournament in the deep stack. So definitely going to raise this one up. I'm going to make it quite big as well. Because we are still fairly deep, but unfortunately both players just fold. So how are we doing in this one? Oh, there's still over 200 players, and I am one of the lost ones. Great. Ace 3 suited. We can raise it, although I think slowly we will have to try to wind it down a bit and not try to press too many small edges. But I think now, with only 6 players at the table, we can just about open this hand. Get called by the button. And raised by the big blind. No need to go into a war over this. It was a marginal open in the first place. So as usual, when I play, for some reason on the small tournaments I do quite well, and on the bigger ones I don't. It might be a pattern developing, but I don't have enough of a sample size for that yet. Okay, calling this even though he makes it 4 big blinds. And we have aces in this other tournament. So just calling with my pocket fours. Let's make it 10 big blinds. So happy to check. Okay, we get called where we have the aces. So we can just go with a small range bet. Okay, he bets quite small once again. When he makes it so small, I will call with my bluff catcher. Expecting to lose quite a bit. He had aces. I mean, not pocket aces. That's the hand that I have. And that's the hand I'm going to bet again on King 5, 3, 7. And he calls again, and now the backdoor flush draw comes in, but I am still going to just jam. Because if he has ace king, king queen, I think he will still call. But unfortunately, he finds a fold on this river. And here, I'm just going to check it down with my 4th pair. Just take my showdown equity and take it down. Okay, 10-9 suited. Are we going to 3-bet this one? I'm going to just start with a call. And sadly, we'll probably just have to give this one up again. Queen 10 off on 2 tables now. Okay, I'm going to call this one the small blind. I think in a tournament it's okay to call Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind. But then, but here at least it's nice. We can c-bet our queen. Yeah, I mean now I have to call. Going to continue betting for sure, especially because earlier the previous hand when I had aces I triple barreled him. Here we aren't very deep deep, that's the problem. So we have a gut shot, so I'm just going to fold this. We're not deep enough for me to make big moves. I think good ace that he might have 3-bet, or definitely a king he will never fold. Queen jacks off on the button. Because it's a tournament we might be able to call, but I'm just going to fold this one. Ace 9 off, I'm just folding. Okay, well, we can just call even though he min-clicked it from the small blind. He bets, we have second pair, definitely calling. We checks now, no need to bet ourselves. And let's just check it down and probably win it. No, he also had a 4, just a better one. Okay, well, that is fine. So I'm going to call this one in the small blind. Not that we would hit a flop. Well, we do hit a turn. That's pretty good, but definitely no reason to go for a bet. Don't think we can get called by worse or fold out better. When he bets so small, I am going to call. And the other player calls as well. Yeah, well, the problem now is after he called, oh yeah, he had pocket kings, okay. That makes sense, although I still think probably you shouldn't bet the turn. I'd rather bet the river big. I think there's more of a chance of getting called by worse. Let me just check again. It's 120 players still in it. Okay, we're getting 3-bet by the button. Now we have ace 2 suited. And then there's a 4-bet. Okay, so I don't even have to think about whether I would want to 4-bet or anything. Now it's an easy fold. So by the way, my rebuy policy is in progressive knockout tournaments. I do never rebuy. So if we bust out of this one on the top left, that's it. Because I don't like to play minus EV spots, which I would have to do, because in progressive knockout tournaments, all the money is already in play from the beginning. So if you buy in later, you're just at a disadvantage. The opposite is true for satellites. I would always buy in again, and even max late reg. That's even more beneficial. And for normal tournaments like this deep stack, even though it's a hyper, I mean super fast. Ooh, what have we got here? This guy shoved for 13. Okay, folding 5-2s. Yeah, then in this normal deep stack tournament, I can have a look whether I want to or not. I mean, it's a bit indifferent. I think because I'm usually a cash game player that I have more of an edge at the beginning of a tournament. Not that you could necessarily see that here from my stack sizes, but I think I did get a bit unlucky I mean, I only really lost one big pot when I got check raised on the river with ace queen on ace high board. But we have kings in the satellite. So definitely going to raise this one. We can just min click it. And here we have ace 10. Getting called. So here we can go with a really small bet. Here we can also go with a small bet. And he jabs and we'll just call. Oh, look at this turn. We basically had him, but he turned a 6. Okay, well, you see, now we're not even in that great shape anymore after we lost this one. So now we're 68th out of 123. Well, that would have been it if we had won that. But we now have King Jack called pre-flop, and we're continuing. Okay, now the question is whether I should donk, but I don't think I want to. My hand is not strong enough for that, and he just keeps barreling. That's interesting. But this is the player that I lost the hand to previously, so let's see. He's probably gonna jam now. No, he's not. He's got ace-king though. Okay. Yeah, just not running great, am I? So now we're really shallow in the tournament, in the knockout one. A7 off, I think, is a definite fold when there is a raise and a call. Queen 10 suited. We got 37.7 big blinds left. It's really not great. And we just have to give up again. There is a raise and a 3-bet. Frustrating, but what can we do? The most frustrating one was still the kings against 8-6, getting it in on that flop when he has small top pair and then instant service on the turn, pairs the 6. Look at this flop, would have been so nice for us. But this guy really is very aggressive. I can't even tell if he's a good player or not. He's just had it a bit as well, and then I need to watch him for a bit longer. And he just keeps barreling, keeps adding to his stack. Not only against me, he's doing it to others as well. So yeah, soon at the top of the hour, we're going to add a $50 PKO in the crypto series of poker. And then a few minutes later, we'll play probably another satellite in the Coin Masters, same as this one. By then, we'll probably be out. I mean, unless we win a ticket by then obviously I won't play it. And then we'll play another satellite for a PKO that starts at 6:30 p.m. my time in London, so 7:30 Central European time, which is what, 1:30 Eastern time. And then I got a few more for later, but so much for now. Right here, 7-8 suited, definitely folding in a satellite. You want to be very tight at this point. Aces versus Queen Jack. All in pre-flop. And Queen Jack is out. Yeah, and here, this guy still betting, still raising. Feels like in every hand he either has a hand or he is just very aggressive. We have aces versus ace king, and here he bets again, and he gets a fold once again. So we're now under 30 big blinds. Not looking great, but we have ace king off in the tournament. I mean, the old tournament, sorry, in the satellite tournament. And nothing else to do than to jam over Letric Pionard's raise. And this might be the defining hand of the tournament. We get another caller, and he has ace queen. No, yes, I think that's mine. Yes, it is. Okay, well, at least we won one. We were big favorites in both all-in situations, and we won one of them. So now I do feel better. Now this double up. Let's check again. Late registration is going on for another 11, no, for another 6 minutes. Sorry, we have 175 registration so far. I am 29th. I can. Do I even want to raise this in a tournament? To be honest, there's still a lot of players. Yes, there's still 111 players involved, and 20 get. Yeah, so I definitely do want to still get involved. Okay, King Jack off. It's an early position raise. Don't want to jam this for sure, so just calling. And now this guy jams, and this other one. Okay, here I'm just gonna check again. He jams, and I don't need to do anything. And now this is the only river I didn't want, the ace. Very, very annoying. Like any other river. Well, he checks. Okay, that's fine then. Right here we have some raises. I am going to 3-bet this ace jack now. And we get folds. Right, a6 suited. I don't want to call. We might even get squeezed, and well, flop would have been alright, but it can be dangerous if someone has a bigger ace, because I will struggle to get away with only 32 big blinds there. Right here we can call with our king queen off. I think in a tournament that is fine. And I'm going to fold the ace 4. He bets. I could do anything here. I'm just gonna call. And when he checks, do I want to? I think I want to try to get him to fold an ace high. So I'm going to overbet. Oh, and he calls with... Okay, he had a pair. Okay, I still think that we could have made him to fold, but anyway, here we're going to jam a6 off, small blind versus big blind. Raising 7-5 off on the button. Getting 3-bet. And it's not a hand I really want to continue with. So this guy, just going to three-bet him with my king 9 suited. And he jams once again. So I have to fold, unfortunately. Ten seven suited, absolutely folding the satellite. King 3 off, there's not much I can do with that. Aces get stacked by pocket 8s. Right, so there we will just min raise this one, and then we can fold to a shove, except for if this player shoves, so it's only got 9.6 big blinds. But we... Okay, so we lose this all in, but it's a tiny one, just half a big blind. And we won the bigger portion of it. And now we have pocket 6s. Do we want to just open jam them? Not sure. I think I'm really not sure whether we should jam pocket 6s for 26 big blinds. Think because there are still there were 4 or 5 players to act behind, probably not. Think if I had been a little bit late in a later position, I would have. And look at this. Would have had a set. Okay, ace king, definitely raising it now. We're down to 25 big blinds. So I basically hope to get raised because I just want to get it in. Yep, we are getting raised. So I'm happy to just get it in against whatever he has. With my stack, that's what we want with ace king. Snaps us off with ace king. Okay, so that'll be a chop. Raise and a 3-bet, and we don't want a 4-bet jam with ace 9. 10-7 off. I don't want to get involved in a multi-way pot. For deuce off, I'm also going to surrender, even though I have position. So here is betting the river again. It would be nice to see a showdown, but now this guy check raises and he calls. Right. So he check raised as a bluff and he called. He did have trips there. So this guy really can't complain about how he's running. So, sixes versus ace jack, and then an ace and a 6 on the board. Okay, I'm joining a new table in the satellite. Just quickly see what the situation is. So we do not have. Yeah, so there's a tiny overlay. The late registration is over, and we've got 98 players left out of 194, and we needed more than 200 to. I think actually even more, because of the rake, that's 90 cents as well. So we've got a little overlay, not much, but tiny bit. Okay, 7-6 suited, we got 24 big blinds, but this guy raises again, and we just can't do much when we're 24 big blinds deep. Pocket fours. There is a raise. The problem is calling with my stack size is not great, and I don't want to 3-bet. So I have to fold then. Eights against fours. How's this one looking? Another 20 minutes of late registration. And we are probably going to go on a break on all 3 of these. And yep, see you in about 5 minutes. So we are back. Back to fold Queen 3 offsuit. And I am actually going to register for the other tournaments now. So at 17:05 I want to do the PKO in the CSOP. Now $50 one, this one here. Done. And then at 17:10 I wanted to play the satellite for the PKO. But wait, we have a decision here. Ace 3 suited can open this one. 10-6 off, we can fold. Okay, 19 minutes, so I might play this one again and definitely going to play this one. Cool. Right, and back we are. Well, 10-6 off, not much of a defend. 8 deuce off, not much of a defend. Okay, we can just call 8-6 off. He checks. So now we can just start with a small bet with our gut shot. Increase the pressure. I don't mind him to call again, and now we can just jam with our 8 high. Well, I don't know how can we do this? It's not really moving. I don't know. Ah, it just checked automatically. Now, it couldn't move the needle. This was a bit annoying. Because I wanted to jam there. Well, now he's betting. So I have an easy fold. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Why can I not? Now I'm trying to move this. And it's not moving. This is very, very odd. Don't know what's going on, either with my laptop or with the software. Okay, now I can do it. It's very, very odd what happened there. Right, so I've just changed the table, so I have the PKOs both on the left side now, and I have the satellite on the bottom right now. And speaking of satellite, only got 12 big blinds left. I'm 70th out of 84. Not looking great now. Also the ace 5 suited. Let's bet. Nine deuce off. Can't defend with this one, even though we're deep stack. So we could go with a small bet on queen, queen 6. And we take it down. Excellent. Ace 10 suited. I think now we just have to. I mean, we could probably just call, but I'm just gonna shove. And unfortunately we get called, but it's king queen, and look at this board. So we lose, we bust out as a favorite. Okay, so GG. This is it for the first tournament that we've played in the CSOP. So not been going very well. What have I done? Have I just rebought? Oh my god, I didn't even realize it. I said earlier I don't want to rebuy in PKOs, and I think I've just done exactly that because I didn't pay attention. Okay, well, you live and learn. I go with pocket fives on this one. But I missed the flop. Okay, calling here in the satellite. 8 deuce is not great, but getting such a good price with a suited hand. Obviously whiffing the flop, and now I'll just have to check fold. When he checks, I still have to give up. And not going to bother bluffing this one. Okay, here I bet and I got jammed on. Okay. Folding for the one big blind. And with 8-6 off, I can fold to a 3x raise. Yep, got another satellite starting. Okay, pocket fours. Could this be the hand to bust out of the satellite? It sure is the hand that I'm gonna go all in with. And we get called by pocket fives. Well, that's a great one. That's what a way to bust out fours versus fives. Hey, GG, that is it. Okay, so this is a satellite, $10. Still got the satellite here on the bottom right. 10-9 suited against the raise, just gonna fold. Pocket tens, I'm just gonna call this one. I think in the tournament it's okay to call under the gun +1 to an under the gun raise. There is a squeeze. By the way, this one is a 70% starting bounty, so you make most of your money by busting other players. So we can call this one. Bet's quite small. Nothing else to do than to call. I don't think we really want to ever raise. Tens are not really strong enough for that. Taking quite a while to decide what to do now, the guy, against our pocket tens. Okay, well, that is a good sign. We can just go small now, hoping to get called by ace king, ace queen. So I'm not even sure if he really checked himself or if he's got connection trouble, which might be the case. I think that's what happened there. Well, we'll take it. Oh no, he's back. He did raise. Right, here we have pocket threes, just calling this raise. We have pocket threes here as well. 14 big blinds. Okay, so calling here. Here I'm just gonna jam my pocket threes. And here I'm going to check. Okay, getting called. What am I getting called with? It's king queen. It's okay, I'll take that. But he has a king. Oh, but we have a set. I didn't notice that. Here at the bottom I'm over betting this one. Both players didn't show much sign of strength, so just over betting with my gut shot. And we doubled up with our pocket threes against king queen suited. I think that's a mistake there anyway, to call king queen suited on the button for 14 bigs. Which is basically your tournament life, because now he's got half a big blind left. I've got a four-way all in. Two players are out. Great. How is this one looking? We're 11th of 24. And late registration is about to end. Jack 9 off. I'm going to call this one again for a min raise. I'm going to check raise this one. Just going to go fairly small. this. 8, 9, 10 Jack Queen. Yep, we now have the straight. So we can just go small once again. Oh, unfortunately now he folds. That we finally make a hand. King Jack, I'm going to 3-bet this. I near pocket 8. I'll start with a raise. And no action. And no action with our King Jack either, which is a good thing. Pieces are starting to fall into places, which is great. Ace 3 suited, we can raise this one up. Called by a big blind. Small c-bet. Getting min clicked, so we have to call the min click. I'm betting half pot. It's really saying he's got a 10 there. I'm just gonna call him because I don't believe it. And he now says that he has a 10. The problem is I would have jammed now, but the problem is I can't get him to fold anything here. So, did he do all this with a king? Really? Did he really do this with a king, or does he have a 10 there, or is he just messing about? He's been so aggressive that I think I want to call him. He did have a king. Wow, okay, so basically he's weaker than I thought that he would be. Because there is no reason for him to play like that with a weak king. I mean, on the river, yes, because he's got a full house, but before that, check raising the flop with a weak king, maybe it's okay, but then barreling the turn, I'm not so sure. Anyway, I paid him off. I lost another one against him. And it seems to be the theme of the day, that I just keep losing to that player. Ace 8. Can we do any damage? I think we have to fold against the short stack. So are you guys watching this? Are you also playing this by any chance? Let me know in the comments. Three-way all in. Just want to check the information on this one. So we're ninth. Eight seem to get 7 or 8. 7 players get paid. 22 are left. Okay. Definitely folding. 9-6 off. And we can call behind with 9-7 suited. Ooh, that is what I call a great flop. Okay, everyone checks, so now we just want to go for some value. They can call with an 8, with a 7, with a 6, with a 3, with pocket 5s. But they both fold. Guess we had the board locked up too much. No, that's okay. It's a short stack. It's just like calling here is quite marginal with pocket 6s. I'm just going to fold. Like if we had been a little deeper, I would have liked to call, but I don't think we can really make our money there. And I don't want to jam. And the big blind potentially could have considered jamming with pocket 6s. Okay, I am going to three bet king 5 suited on the button now. And we get a fold. Excellent. From this one, runs for the 25 minutes. Ace 9 off. And with 6 players, just going to fold. Pocket 7s in the satellite, bottom right. Okay, there is a raise, and we are fairly deep stacked for a tournament. So I don't want to jam for sure for over 40 big blinds. So we are calling, and we're off to a not great flop. And just have to fold, unfortunately. Jack 5 off, I just can't call, even though we made 2x from the button. This hand is just one of the few hands that are too weak. King 4 off, I would have considered raising on the button, but now definitely not. Continuing. Ace 9 versus Ace 4. What a flop there. Okay, 10-6 is similar to the Jack 5. I have to fold once again. Very annoying. 10-8 suited. I have to fold after a raise. There's a limp. Don't see a lot of those. But now there is a raise. Ace 10 off with 23 big blinds. Let's raise it up. That was quite a cooler here. Aces versus Ace Queen, and there was an Ace and a Queen on the board. I bet Ace Queen felt pretty good about it until he saw his opponent's stack. Okay, here with King 9, I'm just gonna fold. Okay, now we can continue barreling with Ace 10 now that we hit the Ace. He calls. Question is, can we get called by anything worse? I mean, if he does have an Ace, maybe. But it's getting a bit thin and we don't want to take too many thin. Okay, here Ace Queen. Shall I just get it in? Just gonna get it in. Here we have aces. So I didn't see what did he have in this last hand? He had a 7. Okay, I don't think he would have called with that. And we won the hand when we jammed. Okay, we're getting raised with our aces. And the guy shoves into us. That's amazing. So, I mean, sadly we only have 28 and we get called. Wow, aces versus kings versus tens. Look at that. And here we are going to 3-bet. We won this one and we're back in action. Look at this. Did we even... No, we didn't stack anyone, unfortunately, because we were so short. But we won against kings and tens. Okay, but now it's looking a bit friendlier in some of these tournaments. But that was real special with our aces. Four deuce. I still have to fold it. King, queen. I am going to raise this one. Okay, 8-7. Okay, let me just check. He bets. I'm going to raise this one, and he folds. That was quite clear that he just bet there to get me to fold. So yeah, we approaching the money. There's 16 left, 7 paid. Not quite. Not quite. Raising to 2 bigs now as well, because we're so shallow. Under 20 bigs. Starting with a small range bet. 10-3 off, we'll have to give this one up. And we get a fold, that's excellent. That's what we want when we hold queen high with not a lot of potential. Yeah, so this crypto series of poker runs to the 26th of May, so it's a full 2 weeks from today, 3 Sundays, and there are $2.5 million guaranteed across all the tournaments. There are loads of them every single day, so yeah, if you fancy playing them, I think this is a good tournament. I'm definitely enjoying it. I mean, tournament series rather than tournament that we're talking about. And let's see, we have pocket eights in the big blind of this $10 deep stack hyper. So I'd be surprised if I'm not gonna shove. But yeah, well, he calls. Now I'm just going to shove. And he just folds. That's okay. I wish that he had raised rather than just limped. And then I would have made a little bit more money. A few more chips. But it wasn't to be. Jack deuce suited. Well, because the small blind called, I am going to fold. Okay, so I would have wanted to jam, but I'm not going to call a jam with pocket sixes. We have ace jack suited. I think we can just call behind against the early position raiser in the satellite. Three ways to a flop, which is ace high, which is great. Okay, so queen jack, I am going to just limp behind. Definitely calling ace jack. Now we have a flush draw to go with our top pair. Okay, this guy shoved in the small blind. This guy continues barreling. Okay, so let's just call once again. And now there's another ace there. So this is the one to go broke with. Yes, he can have. I mean, I have to call. There's just no other way. Good luck to him if he has a better ace, but... Oh, he had a7. Okay. Right, so, I mean, this is a cooler. This is done. Oh, so this is what or the mistake that I made earlier. Okay, I do want to re-enter this one. Okay, ace 8 off. I can raise this one. Right, here we have two players, but I'm just going to check my top pair. Oh, this guy limped. I missed that one. Oh, okay, he did limp there. And we can now go for a small bet. Going to c-bet the jack 7-7 very small. I made the mistake there that I isolated the limper with just a 2x raise. I think we've kind of run out of value on this one down here, but here we can continue barreling. And yeah, just checking behind my king, and he had what, 6-4, okay. Okay, well, now we have 11 big blinds left, and he just jams, okay. Well, then we have to fold. We tried, we failed. Okay, I'm just gonna call with 9-7 off against a min click. Oh, why do I keep missing that other players call there? I would have folded my 9-7. I'm really making some silly mistakes. But now we have pocket aces. Should I just jam? I'm just gonna min raise it. I'm making so many mistakes that maybe they think this is another one of those. That I didn't see my stack size. We get called. And so here we're just gonna call. Here we are going to go with a small bet. This guy raises and we can call. Gonna gonna check this one back and check, and here I'm just gonna shove now for 6 big blinds. Going to check raise. Fortunately he folded, and unfortunately he jams. Okay, snap jam, that is a fold. Okay, checking the jack 5 off, and that's another pretty good one. Just gonna start with a bet. Folding 8-6 suited. Calls, now we have 2 pair, okay. So just going to go bigger. And unfortunately he folds. Okay, the pocket 9s, and that is weird that he donks. It's that player, it's just, I don't know what to do against him. He is just so tricky to play against. Do I wanna jam? I am going to jam and hope that he folds. He does fold. Yay, he triple barrel donked. Then he folded to my river shove. Well, that is finally a hand that I managed to win against this guy. Okay, pocket 5s. I'm gonna call them now. We're in position. Hoping that we don't get squeezed off, but we do get squeezed. And especially after this other player folds, we are folding as well. Yes, late registration for this coin hunter one is quite long. Here I'm just gonna shove the king 10 suited. Here I'm gonna call this with the all in. That's fine. We have top pair. I don't love this because in theory he shouldn't bluff, but we do have top pair. And we lose to king queen on the top one, and we're out with our king 10. Well, that is very disappointing. And we are going to go for small value on the river. He folds, and we win against 8-3. So that is all good, even though we busted in the other one, which makes me sad. Oh, 10-4. Okay. Can dump this one. Okay, here. Okay. Check the ace 3. I'm gonna bet very small with my ace high. Ace jack suited. I'm just gonna call on the button. King 8 off, we can call. Fold, and that's a nice flop for ace jack. Let's start with a bet. Can we get some value? Well, he did call. Let's just make it bigger now. Going almost pot. Yeah, he folds, unfortunately. Pretty sure he didn't have a... Okay, I'm gonna shove a7 in the... Okay, you have to fold to a 3-bet. Yeah, and the satellite with 14, 15 bigs. Just shove a7 on the button. Let's see if I can play another satellite. Restoration for this one. Okay, I want to play this. Here we have pocket queens, so let's just jam the queens. No action, but now we have ace queen. We have pocket jacks down here, that's great. So just going to... Okay, well, we have to go all in with jacks. We didn't just join this game to fold jacks. Here we can call a2, getting 2 to 1. So that's fine. And there's the set, and we're drawing dead. What are we up against? Ace jack and ace queen. That is nice. So we just win all of it. Excellent. Well, that's a way to start a satellite. Got ace queen now. Let me see what the situation is. So that's good. I think I max late regged in this one. And how many do we have? How many places? Probably 20, I would guess. I can fold this and I can call this all in with ace queen, I think. Okay, ace queen versus ace queen, that's fine. 10-8 off. Do we want to jam this one in a satellite? I'm just gonna fold it. What's the situation? 4 to 5, get something. And we're far from that. How many left? There's 29 left, okay. Okay, we have ace queen suited in the big blind on the $25 warm-up. And there is a 3-bet on the button by this super aggressive player. But the problem is if I 4-bet this, he might jam. I don't want to play for all my stack with ace queen suited if I have 73 big blinds in front of me, and I'll still have to worry about the under the gun player, even though he's only got 30 something. But look at this flop, that's very annoying. I would have had the nut flush draw. And this player just keeps barreling and is successful with it. Okay, now I got 8-6 down here. I am just gonna jam. And here at least I have an ace. To get through 3 players, I need to do something with only 7 big blinds left. So just jamming, and that works out this time. King 8 off, I can fold this. Queen jack suited looks nice, but once a player goes all in, I definitely have to fold. How are we looking on this one? I am still one of the last few players. Great, and we got another hour and 11 minutes of late registration. Can actually make this one bigger. Don't know. There's no reason to keep them small. Okay, ace 5. I will. Can we? Actually, we can go for a 3-bet there. And yes, if the big blind shoves and the cutoff folds, we have to call it off. But the raise came from late enough position to make this a profitable one. And we can just continue with a small c-bet. Taking it down in the satellite. Okay, we can go a bit bigger now. 2/3 pot. And basically hoping to get him to fold everything that's not a pair. So that worked out. And I think we are on break again. So see you in around 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are back. I almost timed out on this one, but I managed to get back. So where are we? 72 players, 20 places. Oh no, 15 guaranteed only. Okay, so still a very long way to go. Queen Jack, have to fold to a jam. So how's this one here looking? Got 4 seats guaranteed, but we got 4 seats and then 1. Okay, and we are lost. Excellent. King Jack off against an early position raise. Just fold this one. Queen 8 off. I'll just fold this one. But here we have ace king off. And there is an early position raise, so we're just going to call this one. Okay. Not a great flop for our hand, but it shouldn't be for him either. Just going to call, of course. He bet small again. Happy to just call once again. And now we have the ace of clubs. Here we're calling with queens. And he bets half pot. And this is the guy who can have anything, but we're just gonna call him with... You did have an 8 there. Ah, dear me. I think the only way to win against him is by bluffing him. Right, so king 9 suited. Do we want to play this for our tournament live? I think we probably do, because we're still far from the money, and yes, we are ahead. And we win this one. That is great. And we won the one with the queens as well in the other satellite. Jack, queen, jack off, 7-handed. I will fold it. King 7 off. Just fold it. Okay, joined a new table in the coin hunter. King 3 off. I'm gonna fold it. Raising ace 10 suited. Ace 7 off, I can raise it. Well, do I want to call ace 10 suited, 12 big blinds? I think we are still ahead of a lot of his jamming range and we're far from the money. He had ace queen, unfortunately. Come on, no club there. Right, 7-3, we can call this one. Here we're getting 3-bet, just folding. His c-bet's quite big on this board, so I'll just fold my 7 high. This guy is tanking for ages, and now he finally finds a fold. Ace king, that's a nice hand. Ace 8, definitely jamming small blind versus big blind. Okay, get called in 2 places with our ace king. We're only SPR of 3 and 2, so I'm just gonna start by checking. He bets small. Okay, I'm just going to call now. And on this river, he didn't jam. I am just gonna jam myself then. And he calls with a set of 3s. Excellent. But I mean, with an SPR of 2 there, with 14 big blinds effective when you have top pair, top kicker against a set, well, you are absolutely meant to lose. Oh, and I have just noticed I forgot to register because the new tournaments have started. So now at this time I want to play the $150 Coin Masters. So that is basically the satellite that I have here. Ooh, kings versus jacks. Right here we are gonna call with our king 5. 3, 4, 5, 6. Can we ever get him to fold? I am still going to just jam this one. I can get him to fold an ace high maybe. Nine, 5. I am going to just call this in small blind. And we get min clicked, okay. Here jack 6, I'm just gonna call. He c-bets on this one, calling with middle pair. And going for a bet. He now checks. The top right. And checks again, and no need to bet. We take it down. We win it. At showdown. And I bluffed successfully on the other table, so that's all going fine. Ace jack suited and ace 9 suited in the blinds. 2 interesting hands. Right, so here I am just going to call. Here I am going to jam. Get called by king 4, okay. And there's prompt the king, great. And we are not quite out, I think. No, I got 2.29 big blinds, great. Okay, and this table, this is this guy who just keeps barreling. I now have an open ender as well, so just going to check. And now I have kind of the nuts, but I will let him bet again, which he does, and I will call this one. And he had king high, excellent. Okay, here we're going to just jam our queen 9 suited. Finally, we got this player, and we are almost equal with him. Okay, this is an okay. We actually won this one, great. Five big blinds, ace 5, ace 2 suited. Gonna jam again. Get called again, but it's a tiny stack. Yeah, we've not run good in all-ins in general, I think, but it's hard to tell. There wasn't anything completely outrageous, but not great in general. Here, jamming almost 9 big blinds with ace 10 off in the hijack. And do we have pocket 5s? We can call them. And pocket 5s here too, so let's just shove once again. Okay, 10, that's fine. I'm going to go with a small bet, hoping to get called by ace high. We'll have pocket 5s on 10, 10, 3, 3. And he folds, and that's okay too. Happy to just win it. Well, 7 deuce off is the kind of hand I don't want to jam. Ace jack off might be a hand that I want to play. Okay, ace 8, I'm going to jam. And here, this, I'm going to just 3-bet ace jack off. In position. Could have called in the cutoff, I think. In the tournament, it's fine to call. But it's not a great hand against under the gun, so if I can get him to fold, like in this case, that is a great result. And we've got more than 100 big blinds, and more importantly, we are ahead of this guy who kept bluffing us there. Right, pocket 9s now. I am going to just call this raise with 9s. And we're gonna jam by the cutoff. It depends what this other player does. If he calls, then I think I will have to fold. If he folds, I think I will have to call, but let me think what the range would be, the jamming range there. Ace king, ace queen, maybe ace jack, and all sorts of pocket pairs, even 8, 7s, like when he's 16 he could do that. So it's not like a fist pump call, but it is a call. Ace queen, that's fine. And we win it. Ooh, do we want to call with... we are ahead, but the problem is I still think this is a fold. Folding. Oh, I got a bounty. That's cool. I won a bounty. I didn't see how much I won, but I know I won one with my nines. Yeah. Oh yeah, so then I forgot that this was a bounty tournament. Obviously, then it's an easy call there with pocket nines. And here king 6 versus king 6, so that's fine too. Aces versus jacks, and jacks flop a set. Well, that's unlucky for aces. So there's a raise under the gun. We still think we can jam ace 10 off. We are ahead of his range, but we get snapped off by jacks, okay. And the lose, okay, GG. Sadly, we're out in the big coin hunter. Not going to make the same mistake and say that I would like to re-enter there. So I'm just out of it. So I want to start with a bet with my 8 high. I'm gonna go bigger now. Ace jack, we can jam this one. Just want to check where we are. We're 10th out of 11 with 4 getting paid, and even a 5th one getting some money. Still waiting for my first cash in a coin poker tournament. To be fair, I haven't played many, but I have played some. King 8 off is a fold for my tournament life. Where are we here? 32 out of 33 with 15 or so getting paid. Queen 6 off. Do I want to? I do want to jam this one. Queen 10 off. Even though I'm so short, I want to jam it. And oh, 10 and a 6. This is very oh, we do. Okay, well, again, this is very unlucky. We lose to a6, but I still think Queen 10 was fine. We we're so short, we had to do that. So now we can just buy into the... Where are we? This is... don't want to buy into the Falcon, I want to buy into the Coin Masters. The Bitcoin tournament, this one here, for $150. Pocket Jacks, okay, well then we can just jam Pocket Jacks, and we are going to... So, where are we here? Sorry, Queen 7. Everyone folded where we had the Pocket Jacks. So yeah, I think it would be nice to be a bit lucky. And win a flip or so. Raising ace jack off, folding 10-5 off. So now I might keep this one open because it's getting interesting. We're 9th of 11, so still have to do stuff. Right, so it's this guy. I know he 3-bets quite light, so I will just jam the ace jack. I will just jam the ace jack. Here I'm gonna go all in. Get called by ace 10. Yes, we win it. Well, that was a nice one. And the jam worked. Excellent. It's just such an aggro player. Right, I'm 4th out of 10 with 4 places paid. Or like 4.5 paid. Ace 10 off. Don't want to jam. It's under the gun, so just calling. And he bets quite big. So maybe it's so big. I'm just out of it. Out over there. Okay, Queen 10 off. We can... I'm gonna fold it now. Don't need to risk too much. This is way too big a raise to 3 big blinds on the button when you're that short. But it did have pocket kings. Okay. With pocket kings, of course, it's not. I mean, I would still bet smaller, obviously, but it's not a mistake as such. Right, we have Jack 10 off. We can call this cutoff raise. And when he bets there, I'm just gonna fold. Right, so we are now left with 9 players. I have Queen 3. I am going to just call. He said come. Any 2, yeah, any 2, fine. And then I'm gonna fold this one. Don't know what he meant by any 2. That he's gonna call any 2 or shove any 2. ace, 8-7 suited. Get called by the button. And let's start with a check. And now I can go with a bet. And he folds. Great. I have an ace. And we can call with ace 4 off. Okay, we hit the ace. And this here we're getting 3-bet. That's fine. He c-bets. Have to call. He bets again. Okay. I'm just calling again. And on this river, maybe I think I should have folded this pre-flop, and now it's too late, obviously. The problem is now I have to fold. That's a triple barrel, and I should have. That was a mistake, I think. I thought, but we were, because we're on the bubble, and I was second in chips. Now I'm 7th, so that was pretty bad. Now 4-3 suited. I'm gonna shove. And he folds. Yeah, I think I made an ICM mistake there. But never mind. I'm just shoving again now. With Jack 8 suited on the button. And we get folds, which is good. And we opened ace 9 suited versus the big blind. I'm gonna take an unorthodox line and I'm gonna check, and well, okay, now we have top pair, which is good. I'm gonna just check once again. Give him the opportunity to bluff, or if not, I can value bet the river. I'm gonna go almost pot, and he folds. Pocket queens and the satellite. Okay, starting with a check, but interesting, he didn't want to, so I think he'll just fold now, but oh, he called. Okay, well, we'll lose to an 8 and a deuce, but we have pocket queens, so I'm gonna die on this hill. But no further action. jack in the big blind. Can't call with 5-4 off once he jams. Pocket queens again. Okay, let's try this one again. And going to c-bet once again. Ooh, a king and a jack. That is a nice flop for us. Okay, now there is the ace, which I do not love, obviously. Don't like that this one checked through either, but we are just going to bet now. There's another ace, that's quite good for us. And obviously we win it now, after the way the hand went. Okay, we're 5th out of 8. And unfortunately we just took it down with our 2 pair. We had king jack. Suited in the big blind. 7-5 off. Can we get him? I'm just gonna call with this one. And I'm going to bet it. Here I have to call with 6-4 suited. Okay, now we have an open ender. He bets 3 big blinds. I am calling with bottom pair and an open ender. And now we have this. Okay, well, first, sorry, I have to jam this. He had a jack and then also a 6, but he didn't go for value on the river. Got scared there. I'm gonna raise 7-6 off now. Yep, and it folds. Great. Okay, ace-8 off. Definitely going to raise. And we're getting 3-bet, so then just folding. Okay, I'm 6th out of 8 players with 4.5 getting paid. Okay, can fold now after a raise and a 3-bet. Ace king versus ace queen. Wow. Ooh, an ace queen nicks it on the river with a flush. Not great for us though, because I would have preferred if a player had busted. And not great either now that this guy open jams when we have a7. So now we've got 12 big blinds left. We are in shove or fold territory pretty much. How are we looking on this one? 76 places paid and 155 left, but we are 8th, so we're doing quite all right. Jack 5-0. Gonna start with a limp again. I did that earlier, so that I would have bet, but now we have second pair, so I can start with a check. Just gonna continue checking it down pretty much, letting him bluff at it, but this is not great. Still just checking it down. It's okay with third pair. King 3, not good enough to jam. Okay, King 10 suited and $150 coin masters in the big blind. Yeah, so in this satellite we are approaching the... Oh, no action. We're approaching the bubble, but we're still not really at it. Still 8 players left, with the bubble being when there's 5 players, or 6 in some ways, because at least you get some money if you finish 5th. We have Jack 5 off again in the small blind. Check, so now we start with a check again. We did that early in the last hand when we had something. Now I am gonna bet though. And I'm getting raised. Well, there's not much I can do, is there? Okay, ace 9 off. And ace 10 off. Okay, folding to this jam. Now we're 7th out of 8. Well, this goes very quickly. I'm gonna just call ace 10 off in the small blind. And this guy jams, okay. Well, here we have a jam. So, all of that not good. 19 to win 26. What's he doing this with? Some pocket pairs. Ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Maybe a bit weaker, but I think could go either way. Here I'm gonna jam ace 5. Now I have pocket 6s. Can jam these as well. That's okay. And still 8 players left. No one's busted in a long time now. Okay, we have 10, 9. Let's call this one again. Let's try. Right, we have to call for our tournament live here. I think we have to be very tight with the call. That's a good flop for our hand. Okay, fold jack 6 off. He checks and I can go for a small bet. He calls. Unfortunately, this is a pretty terrible turn card. 9-8 off. I'm gonna fold this. Okay, so we can continue trying to get some value. So if we, assuming he checks, if we jam this one, can we ever get called by a weaker hand? Well, only if he slow played something really big, but can I get him to call with a queen? I am just gonna jam. And with ace 4 off, do I want to call from a tournament live? I don't think so. I think this is a fold. I mean, this guy might be nit rolling me. He might call with a better 9 now that the flush is there. Might be thinking very hard. And he folded in the end. Okay. Ace 2 suited. This is a candidate to go all in. Okay, I think we have a final table, yeah. So, 7 players left. Ace queen versus queen jack. But ace queen wins. No, queen jack wins. Oh, of course. So that buddy is gone. So 6 left. So this is the bubble now. And I am lost. Okay, well, if I manage to survive one more player, then I will at least get $60.60 back. But let's see. In the moment, it looks like I could be the bubble boy. And there are actually 2 bubbles, because there's this one now to the $60, and then there is one to the, what is it even, $100 buy-in? Yeah, it's not looking good. We do have to do something, but okay, we're gonna raise a7 suited, even though there are a few short stacks behind us. Right, this guy, is he gonna call me here? I think I just have to fold 10-4 suited. Now I have 10-7, but I'd have to get through 2 players. Okay, here I'm happy to just check middle pair. He bets quite big, but that's fine. I'm going to call with my hand. And he checks, and I think I'm just gonna check behind. Oh, he did have 10-7, okay. Could have considered jamming there. Are we really gonna bubble in this one? We have pocket sixes, okay. So now this is the hand to shove. I might get called by 2 overcards, then we would be flipping. And this guy's tanking. He seems to have a decent hand, wondering whether he should call. I think he has to be very tight there. Because if he loses that, then he will be the short stack. And we win it, which is good. But we are still lost. Yeah, I basically hope that there will be some big battle of 2 bigger stacks. Ace Queen suited. Let's see. This will be a tricky one if someone jams. It's that player who keeps jamming, and because we are lost, and what else do we have? There is someone with 11, 27, 10, and 15, and we only have 7 left. I think we have to call this one even if we bust out. He has ace 10. No 10, no 10, no 10. Yes, we win it. This one was an important one. And now we are second. And I'm gonna jam my jack 8 because he has to be very, very tight. Okay, we can call this with pocket 8s, this squeeze. Unfortunately, there is not a flop for us. And now we just have to fold. I wonder whether I should raise this. I don't think I need to. I'm just gonna fold it. The problem is there are 2 bigger stacks behind me that I don't want to play against. If they had all been shorter than me, then I would have jammed. So soon we'll be on a break, but still got a few more minutes. Queen 7's an easy fold. Seven, 6 suited in the big blind, and there is a jam. So this is definitely a fold. So I'm gonna fold 8-3. That's just a bit too weak, but great button raised, so that's fine. Wonder why he would ever raise to 3 big blinds there, not 2. But this could be it. This could be it. I think. Yes, I think we got it. And we are jumping straight into this tournament. Oh, and here we have pocket 8. Our first cash, so to speak. It was in a satellite, but hey, at least was something. And again, not a great flop for our hand. Just starting with a check and continuing with a fold, probably. Yep. Okay, so this one can go now. Just want to check what the situation is here. So we still got late registration for an hour and a half. Okay, we have the break. See you in 5 minutes. Thank you. So, sorry for the radio silence, but I had dinner and I turned off my microphone during dinner, but I did play, so I hope you managed to follow the action without my commentary. But now I'm back to explain all my actions. So, we opened Queen 8 offsuit, got called by both blinds, and now starting with a small bet, hoping to get both of them out if they don't have an ace. And we opened ace 10 off here and got a call and then jammed on, so I have to fold, and this one got through. That is excellent. Let me see where we stand. So we're 20th out of 91 with 76 getting paid, so we are approaching the bubble, which is very good. Folding 5-6 suited. And here we have another hour and 18 of late registration. Wow, 420 players so far, so this is a big one. Got king 7 everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but on 2 out of the 3 tables. And where are we standing here? 68th out of 375. That's not too shabby. Okay, 10-8 off in the big blind. Let's see what he does. He limps. We can check this one. We can check and then let him put some money in now, and then we can raise. So we're gonna make it 7.5. And predictably we got a fold. Jack 9 off. I'm gonna call this one against a button raise. He bets. We are going to raise this one. I would prefer if I had a backdoor flush draw, but that's fine because I know he's basically range betting there, so I can get away with check raising very, very light. fours on 8-7-3. We can bet, we can check. I'm just gonna check. Deuce shouldn't change much. Once he checks again, I'm okay to check it. And I would check this one down. Yeah, checking down, hoping that he has some ace high. Oh, he did river the queen. Oh, that is annoying. That is very annoying. Yeah, I don't know, maybe in tournaments I should bet the turn, because in cash games I can take the risk to let him get there on the river when all he has is 6 outs. Okay, ace 4 suited. I am going to 3-bet this one. And here, just want to check again. 85 and 76 paid, so we are getting close to the bubble, but not there yet. Let's see what he does. After we 3-bet ace 4 suited, he calls. So we are going to go with a very small 3-bet. He shouldn't have connected with his board. He might of course have a pocket pair. Okay, now we have some better draw, but I'm just going to check behind, take my equity. And when he checks, I can go. I'm never gonna get him to fold. Never gonna get him to fold a pair, I think, even if I jam. Or not never, but it's unlikely. So here I'm going to bet again. So I'm basically targeting some, like all the ace highs that might not want to call for 15 big blinds, which is almost pot. But he does call, and he has ace jack. Okay, yeah, that's the type of hand that I was thinking that I would get to fold there, but he did get me. So now we got 15 big blinds left. And down here we have ace 10 suited. I can just call with ace 10 suited. Oh, this is not exactly a great flop for our hand. But we do have 2 overs. We can just check behind. When he checks again, I'm okay to just continue checking. And we do win against some hands that gave up. Not a lot more though, but I think I don't want to start bluffing now, and we do win against King 10 suited. That is good. Ooh, that's an interesting old end. 8's win it against Ace King. I would have had to call with Ace 8-3 suited, but now that there's a 3-bet, I can easily fold. So now I have to be careful because it's a progressive knockout tournament, so that means that I have less fold equity than normal, being such a short stack. So I have to try to get it in with better hands. Although that means that they will also call me down lighter. But I still don't want to do it too light, so I can do it more with a linear range rather than a polar one. So for example, 4 deuce off, I would not want to jam small blind versus big blind, whereas in other normal tournaments with the stack depth, especially closer to the bubble, this might be an okay play, but not in a PKO. Right, what is that? So we got this guy. So I'm gonna call. He limped. He might limp re-raise. Then, but he doesn't. Although this is not much of a flop for us. On a couple of weak backdoors. And he now bets almost pot, so easy one to fold. Yeah, so king 5 off, if it had folded round to me, I think it would still have been a fold because what I was saying. Right, in here we have a raise, we have a7 off. I think now we have to fold. At this table at the bottom we have king 7 suited. Calling from one big blind. Got bottom pair. He checks, that's fine. I don't think we can get a lot of value, so I am going to check again. And now, can we get any value? I don't think so. We just win it. Maybe I should have jammed this. I didn't see that there was 14 and 20 big blind deep. But doesn't matter because they fold. And now with ace king suited, definitely going all in, no matter what happens. Oh, and this is the bubble now. I see. Okay, so let's jam. Get snapped off by someone who wants our bounty. So, are we 77? Yeah. Okay, and we are out. Okay, losing the coin flip. So, thank you very much. Do not want to re-enter. We can now play these, can concentrate on these two tables. Making sure to get into the money on this one. It will be my first ever coin poker tournament that I make it into the money. As I said, I've not played many of them, but it would still be nice to finally make it into the money in one of them. I'm gonna fold here. I'm gonna call the ace-10 suited. Okay, that's a decent flop for our hand. We have a lot of equity. I'm happy to bet this one. Get called. Both players, okay. Well then, I need to check and hope that we hit on the river, which we don't. It is very bricky, and I think we have to give up now. Although we are on the bubble, but I'm up against two players. And this guy bets now anyway, so easy fold. Yeah, approaching crunch time. So just checking what it looks like. So we're 23rd out of 76, and 76 are paid, so I think we are in the money now. Yeah, 75 left, 76 paid. That is excellent. So the more interesting money really starts around the final table. Ace nine off, we can fold this one. Small raise by the cutoff. If the other two players fold, we will have a call in the big blind. Not now though, after he jams on the button. Ace queen off. So I think with ace queen off against the 23 big blind stack we can jam. And if we get called, at least we have a chance to win a bounty. But he folds. There's an early position short stack raising to 2 big blinds. And the call, I think now I want to fold. And what are we doing here? This guy raises to 3.3. I think we can go to something like 8.6 with our king blocker. I've not 3-bet much anyway, so I thought it would be fine, but he jams now, so easy fold after he jams. Ooh, that's a cooler there. That's a way to bust. How are we looking at this one? Still okay, still better than midfield. Still another hour almost of late registration. Ace queen again, 28 big blinds. Going to raise, of course. Okay, this guy jams, and if the big blind folds, which it does, I have a call now with ace queen and with a bounty that I can collect. So absolutely calling, and he has ace 10. That is good news. And we win it, and we collect the bounty. Yes, I think it's a big one. Yes, $25. So that was successful. And here, 10-7-3. I'm going to c-bet it if I get the chance, which I do. So just going for a quarter pot. If we get raised to a sensible size, we will call. That's exactly what's happening. See what he does now. He continues betting. I'm just gonna call again. But now that he shoves, I have to fold. So my plan was that if he checks, then I would shove there. But unfortunately, he continued barreling. So it was an easy fold on the river. Well, we did bleed a lot of chips, unfortunately, in this hand. Jack 10 off, just about, or an open. We're still very far from the money, so we just need chips. And have to play a bit looser, and Jack 10 off isn't even too loose, even at equilibrium in the cutoff. Ace queen not looking great here against the nines. So, where are we? We're 12th out of 59. That's fine. Okay, 8-6 off for one big blind. I'm gonna call this one. I am definitely going to call this half pot bet. King, not great for us. Wonder whether I should jam, but he's not gonna fold the king anyway. So I am going to check. And he now jams. Beat a complete bluff. It's an overbet. Would you overbet with just a king when the flush comes in? I think so. Okay, I'm gonna give it to him. No need to. Like, yes, it's because of the bounties, but he didn't even have a lot of bounty. There was a small one, just a beginner starting bounty. Folding ace-5 off against the jam. Unfortunately, here there's also a jam in the small blinds, so I have to fold my king 10. This is an interesting one. Okay, now just going to open quite wide because I cover both of these players. But what do you know, I get called by the small blind. Going to start with a c-bet. There are plenty of hands that I can get him to fold, but not the one that he has. Okay, gonna go with a rather big one. And he calls again. Okay, can I jam this think now I can get him to fold a queen, potentially a king. And we do get him to fold. Yeah, that was a nice one. And now we are in 10th place. That is great. Down here, what are we? How's this one looking? Well, now we're below the midfield, but okay. Hold in and a call. 7s versus 8s. Ooh, that is unlucky. And again, I've seen it several times now that the lower pair won, except when I had 4s against 5s. Then, of course, the 5s held. But apart from that, okay, pocket 9s. I am going to raise them. King, queen, going to raise this one as well. So both under the gun, both raises. Let's see what develops. Well, the 9's got folds all around, and king, queen. Jury's still out on this one. Okay, we have an open ender. Starting with a c-bet and going a bit bigger than third pot on this draw heavy board. If we get raised small, we're definitely calling. Not the case. So I'm just taking my equity going to this river. And when he overbets, then unfortunately king high will have to fold. I mean, I have all sorts of blockers as well that aren't great. So, folding we will. Blinds going up, not great. And we have 10-3 off in the big blind. Ace 4 off. But there is an early position raise. And the 3-bet all in. It's interesting to see if he calls though. He does call. Oh yeah, okay, he has kings. Kings versus nines, and kings even turn a boat. He's now ahead of me. Right, we can definitely raise this one. Go in 2x only because we have 2 short stacks. And then yes, the big blind is a bit deeper, but it doesn't matter. We have position. If he calls, it's okay. And he does call. I'm gonna start with a quarter pot range bet. He calls. Continuing. Barreling. I think 6 big blinds should do it if he doesn't have an ace. Ace 2 suited. I think we have to fold against a middle position raise. Okay, he called there. Problem is he covers us, so if we jam, I'm just gonna give up, I think. Yeah, he did have an ace. If I had covered him, I would have jammed there with a flush coming in, even though it was the backdoor flush. But because he covered me, I couldn't really do that. So I'm raising Jack 7 off on the button against a big blind, and there was no small blind. We flop second pair. I think it's not very likely that he has an ace, although obviously not impossible, but he will 3-bet quite a few ace X hands against a 20 big blind stack. So I am starting with a check. Checks again. I will check behind. Snapping him off if he bets, which he doesn't do. So I think now we can go for like 2.8 big blinds with second pair, but he folds. King 10 suited, nice one. We are basically on the button because the button is dead. He raises there in the hijack. I'm gonna call this one on the button. I think it's good enough to call. And that's a decent flop with an SPR of just over 3. I'm just checking behind, hoping that no ace comes. Didn't want to bet because I can continue betting later. He now goes quite big. Okay, well, I will have to call, and now if he doesn't have aces or a 7, Then we are at least chopping. And can I get him to call with anything? I think if I go something silly like this, might he do something, but no, he is too clever. He just folds, and we're on a break. See you in 5 minutes. Sorry for the radio silence again. I'm back now. And I have 7 deuce suited, but we have position, we have a suited hand, so I'm calling. And we flop second pair. Pocket sixes with 24 big blinds left, 5 players behind us. I think I can just fold this. Here, definitely calling. Could do with another 7 or a deuce there. And he bets again, small. Just calling again with second pair. He's debating whether to bet or to check, or he just wants to pretend it. I think if he checks, I will check behind. I don't need to turn this into a bluff to get him to fold a king. So that would be the only thing, like if you bet there twice with king, queen, king, jack or so. It does check. Check behind, and yeah, he had queen 6. Okay. Cool, we got him. We got him. How is it looking now? Still half an hour of late registration. We're 145th out of 380. 592 have played it so far. 97 places paid at the moment, but I'm sure there will be quite a few more. And checking this one once again, I'm 23rd out of 36. Okay, 36 is not bad. Tiny pay jump soon. Oh, and now playing hand for hand. Why is that? Is this because of the pay jump? I mean, it's a tiny pay jump of $6. I'm surprised that they would do that, but fair enough. Okay, there is a raise, and we can 3-bet king jack off on the button. Not anymore though, after the cutoff goes all in. We won't see what he had though. No, I don't like it quite like this. I was trying to cascade them, but no, not cascade them. What's that? Align them. But it's not a great idea because then you can't see the margins, I think. Okay, hand for hand has ended. That's great. So what is it now? Well, there are 34 left. The next page jump will be still a small one. I don't really care that much. I want to make the final table. I want to win the tournament. thinking of adding a cash game table, like 25 NL or so. Let me know if you would like me to add one, because I don't want to start a new tournament now. I'm just going to conclude these. Okay, we can safely fold our 4-deuce suited after a raise and an all-in. So we're now down to 19 big blinds. There are a few players here with 50, 41, 65. We need a double up. All in and a call. Kings versus 8. Ooh, and Kings lose. That's a way to bust. But I've seen all sorts of heartaches when busting. Now we have pocket kings. There's a raise and a call. That's pretty good. So we are just going to raise this to 10. Is this the right size? I think can go 9. Make it 9.2. And let's hope one of them shoves. Yep. I mean, I hope he doesn't have aces, but let's see. He has ace queen. That's okay. There's a queen, and that's great. And here we have pocket jacks. What do we want to do with 19 bigs? I'm just going to min raise it. Okay, well that's pretty good. Now we have 69 big blinds to play with. We are number 50 out of 370. And at the moment 111 get paid, so that's good. And we didn't get any action with our jacks, but that's alright. A7 off, 6-handed, not going to raise. Yeah, I'm not sure if that Mozart guy should have 4-bet jammed ace queen off there. I think it was a bit loose, but I mean, I wouldn't have folded in his place. I think it was even suited, wasn't it? Yeah, it was suited. So hard to fold that to a raise. And if he calls, and he gets to see the turn, then he's never folding to a pair top kicker. That would have been a nice board, ace queen versus kings. Okay, we have queen jack off. There's an early position raise. Think I'll just fold this. This might be a bit too nitty, but against an early position raise, would even have made top pair. But also I wasn't on the button. I think on the button or in the blinds I would have called, but cutoff was a bit tricky. Okay, gonna start with limping jack deuce off. If he raises us, then we'll be out. We can... I'm gonna start with the check. I'm gonna check raise this one. If he decides to here, I think we can go just the one big blind, 1/3 now that the flush got there. Calls, and now we can go shall we let him bluff? I think I'm gonna let him bluff. Also, I think because I'm short stacked I could see him bluff, but unfortunately he checked. Okay. Okay, let's see. How many are there left? 28. Okay. We have a 7 suited. We can raise this one now in the low jack. Might see an all-in against the big blind with his 4.5 or 5.5 in total, but no, there is a jam by the button. And and the big blind calls. Oh, aces versus queens. Wow. And we would have won this one with a7. Would have stacked both aces and queens. But I'm never calling there with a7, obviously. So all good, all good. Okay, jam under the gun makes it very easy for me with my queen 5 off in the big blind. There's even a call, and it is ace 4 versus 8, and ace 4 losing it. King 6, have to fold this one now. Okay, ace 10 off. I think I'm gonna fold this one with short stack raises. Okay, 8-7 off. I would raise this one if it gets to me, but it doesn't. Pocket 8s with 18 big blinds against 5 remaining players. I think I can just jam this. Don't want to raise it small. See, I hope that he folds. Yep, so that's the best result. Like 8s are not that strong that I want to call. Obviously if he calls with 7s or 6s, I'm okay with it, but even then there's quite a risk of ruin there by a player who covers me. So I'm happy to just take down the blinds and the antes, which is still 2.5 big blinds. Okay, not exactly playable hands here. Ace 8 deuce off, 9-3 suited under the gun. Well, at least I have an easy fold. Can fold 6-4 off. No problem. Yeah, so the coin series of poker has been fun, definitely. I've been playing for 4.5 hours now. The only cash so far is this one, the top, the $25 Sunday PKO. Now we can raise this to 2 big blinds, 10-9 suited. Don't want to jam because the big blind is incentivized to call fairly wide. And now the small blind jams and the big blind calls. Ooh, and we would have won this one as well. Look at this. Oh dear. Yeah, well, ace queen versus ace king. Obviously we would fold that, but the second time, like, I would have won with ace7 against aces and queens in the same hand. And now this too. Right, so do we want to jam? I think we want to... We don't want to jam. It's a bit too much to jam. I just... Okay, he jams now. Fine. King 7. I am going to raise this one. Okay, this I can continue with a range bet. And we get a fold. That's excellent. King queen is also pretty good. Just not if he jams. He doesn't jam, he just raises it up. Do I want to jam? I'm gonna play this one. Should we? I'm not gonna jam. It's too dangerous with 3 players behind us. One that covers us. So I'm calling and then seeing where it takes us. I'd like a board like the one here on this table. Okay, 3 players. He bets small, and the problem is now that I will also have someone behind us, so I will have to fold. I don't want to get too involved, but okay. This wasn't exactly successful. I think I have to fold. Definitely have to fold 4-3. Okay, just checking. We're 20th out of 26. Okay. And we got 3-4 offsuit again. What was this? Oh, yeah, they didn't show. Nope. Thank you. Not gonna call an all-in with 4-3. But I might call one with pocket nines if it so happens. I only got 11 big blinds left, so yeah, I'm gonna shove this one out, and I'm gonna open pocket kings for sure. Hope we're getting squeezed with our queens. Oh, kings. Oh, the queens are there. Okay, this is it for us. Nines versus queens, and he even flops a set. So we were basically dead. Finished 26th, won $32.78 plus a bit in bounties. So it's okay. This is also fine here. We're getting squeezed. That's excellent. So I think I have to shove there. Don't want to call. Don't want to raise it any smaller or so. If he has queens, jacks, even tens maybe, ace king, ace queen, I think he will call. But he does not call. Okay, well, GG. So I still have this one going. This is an interesting one. And I might just play a cash table on the side. This guy jams again. Oh, this is actually the other table, sorry. But small blind jams against big blind. Okay, if he folds, which he does, I am going to jam this. As he will, of course, call good aces or good pocket pairs, but he might not even want to call pocket fours necessarily or some weak ace. And he folds, which is great. Adding some chips. Let's see where we're at. 53rd, 356 left and late registration almost done. Still only 111 places paid. So here I can fold. Okay, so that's alright. We're not doing too bad in this tournament. Maybe I'll just keep this open because it's good to have the information, even though it's not that relevant at the moment. So the late registration was 2.5 hours, over 700 players. Well, I sure do hope to get far, make a deep run into this one. Well, we shall see. King 9 off. Think we can raise it. These shorter stacks might not want to get involved with me and the small blind. Let's hope he doesn't have a hand. He does call though. And so does the big blind. And against two players I will play this one passively. We do have a gut shot and two overs. Although the 9, if the 9 comes it won't be too amazing, but still. And he now donks small, that guy. Do I want to? There's just not enough money behind really to warrant a call, so I think I'll just fold. I think it's probably best, even though I have the two overs. But yeah, the small blind is also still in the hand. He might be slow playing something, so I think it's just best to get out of the way, preserve my chips. Ah, he had a 6, okay. And he got there on the river. Well, who knows, maybe he was there already if the other guy had a naked 7 or some other bluff. Yeah, well, still a fair bit away from the prize money, but at least late registration is closed. We got 125 places paid, so around a third of the players left. So I see Patrick Leonard is here. I wonder whether that is the Patrick Leonard, the pro. I assume it would be him. Right, pocket threes. I think I need to fold these. It's too early. There are 6 players to act, and I might have to call an all in. So where's Patrick Leonard? Is on that table. All in and a call. Ace 10 versus King Jack, and King Jack is out. We have King 10. Mozart now jams. We have to call 9.5, 12.5. I think against his range, I'm probably not more than like 40%. So it probably is very close, but I don't need to take the higher variance route. And yeah, I'm not thinking about ICM. Obviously, we are still far from the money. Jamming. King deuce off against this big blind, and he wakes up with pocket jacks. Okay, well, that one we do lose, but I still think it's okay against a 15 big blind stack. Small blind versus big blind with king deuce is absolutely a jam, and obviously it's a snap call once he has jacks. But even then, we still had about 30% equity. Didn't get there, but wasn't terrible. Right, now, do we want to play for our tournament live with pocket tens? I think we do. Not going to fold them. Calling just isn't great. We might just get him to fold whatever he opened, or if he has a hand like ace jack, ace queen, then we're flipping. And he might even fold something like king jack. That would be good. But yeah, okay, ace queen, that is fine. And no ace, no queen. Yes, we double up. We double up. And he's got 5 big blinds left. And we are back in the running now. 39th. That is really good. I do like this Coin Masters tournament. It's got a really nice structure, lots of players. I think I'm going to play a few more of these in the next weeks, and also the crypto series of poker. deuces. Again, with 4 players to act, I just want to fold them. I think this big blind should pretty much call any 2 there against the min click when he is so short. Right, we have pocket 5s. Again, not ideal, but we do have a few real short stacks in the blinds. So I am going to raise this, and yeah, well, we get 3 bets straight away. But I thought that if we get through to the blinds, then we can just call it off if they jam, and I'm okay to do that with pocket 5s. But now that we got 3 bet and 4 bet, I think it's time to move on to the next one. Okay, a 5 bet jam and a call. Ace King versus Jacks. And Ace King rivers. He rivers it. Okay. Now we have Ace 10 suited in the big blind. So if the cutoff folds, then we will most likely go all in. Yeah, he's thrilled. After I snap called, he gets to snap called. He gets to survive a little bit longer. At least we chopped the antes and the small blind. Okay. A network problem. That's not good. Okay, we're back to normal. Ooh, ace queen versus kings, all in. And the guy with kings is out. Well, he was the short stack and bet He's gutted now after he had the all-in with ace-10 against ace-10 with me. Chopped there, now having kings and busting. But that is poker. Right, we're slowly winding down players, but still 320 left. But look, another all-in. A7 loses, so Mozart is now gone as well. There is no small blind in this hand. So we can raise king 9 off with 3 players to act behind us. Get called by the button and by the big blind. We do flop top pair, but I want to play this quite passively. We have pretty similar stack sizes. You know, bets a bit under half pot. And this player calls. I do not love this, but I do have to call. But now this is quite bad. And now that he bets there, I have to fold, unfortunately. And this was a bad turn for me. Okay, we would have rivered a 9 high flush. Oh, and he had the ace 5. Okay, well, at least against that player we did everything right. But we still lost 5 big blinds in this pot. So we have more than the average chip stack. Some real small stacks there, 500 chips, there was one 4,000, 7,000, 2,000. So I think they will bust soon. Okay, ace-7 suited. I'm gonna raise it in the hope that I'll just get it all in against the big blind. Yep, calling 2.3. And he has ace-8, but let's hope, yes, this is a chop. Excellent. And ace-king suited in the big blind. Okay, let's see. Do you jam or do you fold? Or limp? It just folds. Okay, so no action with ace-king. That's not terrible. Gonna fold 10 deuce off now, no matter what. Okay, 7-6 off. I'll fold this one, even if it folds to me, because the two players to my left are a little bit too loose. Queen deuce off. Not much I can do with that hand. Ten deuce off again. Not too keen playing that. Okay. Ten seven off. Absolutely not gonna play this one either. Now dropping chip slowly while being card dead. Ooh, aces versus ace king, and ace king wins it. Oh, wow. What a run out. What a run out. He wasn't even ace king suited. Okay, 10-6 off. Not much I want to do with this. Okay, break. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, we are back. 6-4 suited in the small blind. We're position 87 out of 273 remaining, with 749 starting playing in this tournament. Okay, with this hand, I'm gonna raise. Mostly I limp, but here I'm happy to raise. And at this point, I think I want to start with a check, bottom pair. Yes, protection would be nice against a hand like Queen Jack or so, but we're gonna start with this, and now we have a gut shot. Bets again. Okay, with another call. And now the 8. If I jam this one, turn it into a bluff. If he has the ace, will he ever call? The problem is he might still call there. So I'm just going to check and hope that he was bluffing. Why he does jam now. This is interesting. Like, what would he jam with? The 8, he shouldn't have an 8 all the way there. He shouldn't have an 8. He should have... And with an ace, I mean, he would have to have a really strong hand. I don't even think he would jam ace jack necessarily or so. So I think, because I didn't filter his range post-flop at all, I'm going to call, and if this costs my tournament life, then so be it. I am gonna call. And he had a set of 6s. Okay, well, that's fine. That's it then. It was interesting one, but worked out well for him, not so much for me. Thank you very much for watching. This is it for today, and hope to see you again very soon. Thank you and bye.